How about now? Can you hear me now? Oh, that's because I reset my mic recently. All right, you should be able to hear me now. But good morning, Oaks. I hope you had a good weekend as well. Same to you, Morgan. Hello, hello. Yeah, I cleaned out my computer over the weekend. I got some dust and a duster and went in there. Um, that felt pretty good. Just doing some client communiques right now, and then we'll be getting into the work. But she's breathing so good. Oh, that's wild how much dust gets in there. It really is. Yeah, it was quite filled up. Hey there, Poop. Welcome, welcome. I was taking some, doing some client. Are you making a new model today? I'll actually be continuing my Tori, the one I had not finished from last week. And then we have some shields to make, or some weapons to make for another character. For the bear guy, Rag, or actually his name is anyway, the big bear guy. I'm gonna make him a hammer or axe and a big shield at some point. We'll start that, um, and a few other things. It's actually a decent amount of work this week, so which is exciting, but it'll be busy. What else did I? Oh yeah, sent them to some. Here we go. In D&D this weekend, I was almost killed by Xanathar, but then I got the final shot on the fucker and stole his pet goldfish. Ha ha! Take that, Xanathar. Is it stealing if they're dead? It's a loot. You're looting. But good. The goldfish is probably in better hands. Who is Xanathar? Xanathar. Oh, that's a lich? A beholder. Oh, big behold. Interesting. Huh, that's fun. I like the. He has a pet goldfish. He seems like quite a charming beholder. Usually they're quite scary. It's Zanny. I don't remember. What is the goldfish's name? Remember it? And they renamed it Zanny in honor of the dead beholder that loved him so much. Zanny the goldfish. Oh. It is funny that because beholders, I believe, influences people's memories. So it's like the memory of a goldfish. He's got a pet goldfish. It is an X. I was right the first time. Silgar, the goldfish. there. Cotton, you send the invoice. And a new invoice. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Invoice. What's the name of the avatar? Oh, Red Bull. So I did not drink any caffeine over the weekend, which is probably for the best. But I realized that I am just not functional. My ADD comes out so badly when I don't have caffeine. I'm just like, oh, I need to do this thing. Does something else. Oh, damn it. Why did I do that? Oh, well. I wonder what I would accomplish if I actually went and got medicated for ADHD. I wonder the same thing. It's like right now I'm at a point where I know that caffeine helps me manage it, but it's like that's just what I found. It's not necessarily what's the most useful. Like I would be unstoppable. My brother used had medication for ADHD. Um, I hope he doesn't mind me saying that. I think we share that as well. I found that caffeine isn't doing enough for me. Well, I if I keep drinking it not like every day, then it does stop being effective. It's when I so like this weekend I just didn't drink any caffeine for the last 2 days. Super lazy and or not lazy, just it's just hard for me to focus. I was given Ritalin as a kid, made me stop eating. Oh, interesting. Just too focused to eat. I've experienced that with other things as well, where you're like you're just not you have no desire to eat at all. No, just not hungry ever. Oh, that's fascinating. Huh. Did you feel bad at all? Like, I'm assuming that at some point, you just weren't able to do as much if you weren't eating. I had a friend from work that would give me their meds for like when I was in college and last minute cramp sessions. Some of them were way too much, but one of them had a lower dose fit and it was perfection. It's probably Ritalin then. She was just secretly feeding you meth. No, I'm just kidding. High dose of Vyvanse. Yeah, that's the one I've heard that's really good. It was like speed. It was an awful feeling. Oh, maybe. It's amazing how variable people are. Some works for some, works for others. Brittany Nation. So I was messing kind of me, but the first thing I thought I saw you on the stream page looked like the know-it-all kid from Polar Bear Express. It's because I wear glasses. But welcome, Brittany. It was just way too high a dosage, really. I certainly got a lot done, but yeah, no desire to eat. I was like 8, so I don't remember too much, but I was never hungry. And it did help with like my attention a little bit. It made me like boring. I think that's like, there's something about that with anxiety and ADHD where it's like, you know, there's definitely the cons, but there also is like a pros to it as well. Like there are things that you like about those things. Not necessarily anxiety. Bo Burnham had some interesting uh, descriptions of anxiety. Um, but one time, this is not ADHD related, but I think I sort of fractured my ankle and I was on Vicodin. I did not poop for like 4 days. It was bad. It's like it just on the Vicodin. I had no desire to poop, and I just didn't notice it. It was like a pain sensation numbing. Please, something give me release. So I did take every electronic device in the house and apart when I was on it. Learned a lot. Also learned I didn't know how to put most of those items back together. This is how to break something. Doom, 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 doom. All right. Did my bookkeeping. We can move on to some other things. Um, so I think we'll start with. I love watching the kid on TikTok take computers and phones apart and fix them, and I'm just like, I did that to a Switch controller once, and it was an awful experience. Every time I like, even just dusting out my computer the other day, I was like, God, I hope I don't break it. I was like, the odds are very low, but I just can't help that fear that I'm just gonna, I don't know, like touch it and like, do the little spark thing and just break it. Like, it's nerve wracking. All right, so we're gonna start a new avatar today, just for the morning session, and then we'll return to Tori afterwards. pure terror if I try this case law. Or wait, double check my calendar. Okay, I moved the start date to the 8th. Perfect. That is perfect. And we have Paizo to start today. That's who it is. Okay. Paizo. I've noticed that I've been really afraid. My MacBook is super old now, but I have noticed that the battery area is swollen. Like, it's such an old laptop that the case has expanded uh, due to the battery old, and it's like that's most likely a problem. Might want to take that to old Apple. Yeah, it's pretty old. We're gonna see an explosion on stream one of these days from a laptop battery. It's just tucked over there on the just boom. Ah! Mhm. It'll be a busy week. The new laptop I ordered and have been waiting for months authorized the payment last night. My bank was like, "No, what is all this money doing? No, no." Yeah, they don't like when they want you to hold on to that money so they can accrue that interest. Spent all morning reminding my bank that I can do what I want. Damn it! I wow. You don't own me, bank. I'm going to give Val's brother this MacBook once it gets in, but it's telling me that I need to take it to Apple to service battery. Hey there, Cotton. Welcome, welcome. I just sent you that invoice. Oops. Unknown, unknown. I see. I need to change this one and bang. But there's no rush, no rush, because I'll be starting on the 18th for your character. So you're welcome to wait until make that payment until work starts on the 18th. But well, oh, hold on. Yes, you're welcome to pay half up front, but you don't have to pay today. He'll be starting work on the 18th for your Avi. Also, does your avatar have a specific name? Excuse me. All right. So here's the Avi that we're gonna make. Kind of a saucy fellow. Let me.know. Now that website link. What does me.know take to? Nothing. Perfect. Thank you. I have received it. Much appreciated, Cotton. I'm very excited. I really like doing the Persona style characters. I think it's just a blast. But I'm excited to make this anime character. We're gonna make a kind of a different style. Put the semi-nude one right there. Just kind of tuck his butt behind there. There. And then these are references for the render style, so these will be quite useful. Caramel! Oh, what a sweet name. All right. Oops, one last one. All right. So we're just setting up work. We're going to do a small session on this new avatar, Kaizo, or Bones. It's kind of like a anime himbo. And then once we have some nice little bases started, we'll turn our attention back to Tori. I believe we can finish all the modeling for today. Then very end we'll send the final tweaks to Kiyomi and begin blocking out the armor for Rag. Yeah. Okay. So I got this done. Let's go ahead and open up my resources. Excuse me. Right. Yeah, so we're just going to do a basic block out of the character size. Oh, it's kind of a saucy look, so we're just going to put this little. We're just going to cover that up right there. Don't ban me, Twitch. I'm not the. I don't know if you all have seen some of the VR chat streams out there. Things get wild. Are you sharing your work? All I can see is your webcam. Here we go. Here's the character we're working on today, or at least starting today. Here we go. All right. This one seems a little bit lower resolution than I thought. Open original. There we go. Okay. Delete that one. Put it all in the wrong folder. Okay. If I move those images, will they break? No. They'll probably break next time I open the file, though. All right, then let's redo it. If that's the case. All right, one more time, reorganizing these images. All right, this one's much higher resolution now. And these ones are like style reference. I'm trying to hit this. I forget what the series is called. Reminds me of Free. All right. Do, do, do. Oh, good cut. Yeah, I'm pretty pumped as well. I'm interested to see how to work on the bag kind of aspect of the character. I think that'll be super fun. Welcome, Aya. Yo, yo, yo. And he has a very anime nose. So, how's it going with the project? It's going well. So I have some new avatars that I'll be starting this week. This is one, and then on the 18th we have another one to begin as well, which I'm quite excited about. This is more of like an anime style character, which is pretty fun. And yeah, and a few other projects as well. It's going to be a busy week, but should be a fun one. Hope you've had a good weekend. How'd your concert go? Or didn't you have another concert? You had two concerts. Good. It's a little too close together there. There. Someone from the audience congratulated my plane. Oh, that's awesome. That's a good feeling. Aya plays the trumpet. Now, these concerts, are you part of a band or is it like a school? Are you learning right now, or kind of what's the in what capacity are you playing these concerts in? Learning right now. That's still awesome. I mean, especially if you're learning for people to congratulate you. We're gonna take this guy here. Right there. Okay, so that's perfect. I see. So you're part of a band and you're learning through them. Very cool. In school. Gotcha. Gotcha. Sorry. I'm making conclusions. But still, super fun. I played clarinet. That was the only instrument I have a little bit of knowledge. Oh, well, sort of. I mean, I played it in elementary school when I was like 10 or something. So, I wasn't very good. I didn't really have the attention span for it. Are you good at making hands or face expressions? I think so. Um, oh, well, for 3D, uh, I can make hands from scratch, but usually I just steal hands from other characters because it's a little faster. I just rip them right off the other model. Like a thief. But that is why 3D is nice, because you can do that. Same as a gamer. I am the ultimate gamer. This guy's he's got a much bigger, it's like very muscular anime character. Muscular. You're Kira, lol. Is that from which one is that from? Are you thinking or what are you referencing there? Is that Death Note? Is he I think that's his name in Death Note. Jojo, of course. That's a good spot, though. You know the buff people. It's true. Oh man, it's in the wrong folder. There we go. Oh. All right. So now we have hair. Or the start of hair. So it's kind of fun because it's got this little crease down the middle there. So we'll do a cut there. Take this and that or crease it. So now it should have a bit of How do you get all your models so smooth? Is it subdivision surface? A lot of it is making sure you have enough geometry. Even this, as it is right now, it's a little jagged in some spots. Hairton is not the hardest, but time consuming. He just has a good brain. But yeah, I do a lot of subdivisions, and I'll probably do one more on the body, like this. So he'll be even smoother. But I usually save that for the end. Just kind of get everything else in place first. Then we'll do the kind of smoothing at the end. Yeah, subdivision's nice. And then also, I'm learning more and more about normals, which kind of is the how the surface is kind of calculated, and that's super helpful. There's a lot of amazing different things you can do with that. Like for anime characters, especially this character, this character is going to be done in like an anime style. Cartoonish characters, they utilize a lot of normals. So like these are 3D models here. Excuse me. But you have to set up the normals in a way so that it doesn't get like the nose doesn't cast a shadow, stuff like that. Doesn't have a good gamer chair. It is his brain. Ponce, welcome. Good morning, Ponce. Do you add organs or is that extra? I don't make anything that won't be seen. But if someone requested that I model that, that's certainly something I could include. But if it's something that won't be seen, usually I'm not going to make it. Usually. I mean, that'd be fun, though. I would definitely be down to make some organs. Can I see the geometry on the main model you have there? Yeah, absolutely. So this is a base model character that I use for quite a few different avatars. I think the feet, not quite the biggest fan of the feet, but if we're going to put a subdivision on there, it's not too big of a deal. Yeah, the real inside of the model. Yeah, if I turn him off, he's just a doll. You make it yourself. I've this is a base that I bought, and I've kind of made my own changes to it. Like I've UV unwrapped it already, so everything's kind of already unwrapped, and the geometry in the arms and the legs is a little different. But yeah, if you go to websites like CG Trader, or actually there's this great one, yeah, CG Trader or ArtStation. There's a lot of different sites that you can go and buy a base model from. It's kind of a common practice in the industry, which is to buy your models or your base models, because generally, for the most part, most human bodies are pretty much they share a lot of similar features, a lot of common features, you know. So it just makes sense to kind of give yourself a boost there. How much did it cost? Like $30, 30 $40 USD. We all build different in some ways, but for the most part, it's the same. Oh, there's definitely a lot of useful uh, like for the body, the topology, the way certain topologies. Quite a lot, don't you think, or not really? For my purposes, with how many models I'm doing, it's quite useful. For me personally, it was worth the money. Um, but that it was only really worth it after I had made a lot of my own models from scratch because I knew what was useful, what I was going to get out of it, um, and how to change it afterwards. It's like every how to get it to be what I need for each avatar. You know, you can get it, and you could use it for like some base characters. Like if you look at kids animated cartoons, um, they use a lot of base models just bought directly from the internet. Um, like just think of a YouTube channel with those weird kind of uh, yeah, like one of those weird animated kids shows on YouTube. That's kind of what I'm referring to. But they use a lot of base models because you can just get a show off the ground really quick. And there's a lot of utility in that. It's useful in its way. But yeah, so like this guy's super ripped. So I'm gonna have to make a decent amount of edits to give him that musculature. Uh, it's not a crazy amount, but it's definitely not like usual. 3D model baby shows that have millions of views and subs. Exactly. Yeah, I think if I ever trying to get to the point where I can make my own animations, and that honestly has been in the back of my mind. Like, well, if I just make like a kids show, like I'd love to make something like Avatar: The Last Airbender or something kind of in that sweet spot of animated for a younger audience, but not necessarily like a baby show where it's just Teletubbies where nonsense is happening. um, yeah, where it's literally just things are happening for little to no explanation. Tom and Jerry and things like that, they make them in Blender or something. Well, the old Tom and Jerry, that's all hand drawn, but you probably know that. Just I haven't seen any of the new Tom and Jerry. Um, but yeah, the whole animation industry is definitely, even for like hand drawn looking stuff, it's pivoting to Blender, um, or to 3D stuff, to 3D. Not necessarily Blender, although that's quite popular. Yeah, so in Blender you can make grease pencil objects. This one, and you can draw directly in here, and it's super cool because you can animate it pretty easily. Like we have this one, and then I could go here, go to sculpt mode, and I could just squiggle the lines. And then, how do I do it again? Draw mode. Interpolate. Oh. Darn. Anyway, there's ways to do it. I'm not going to get into it right now, but yeah, you can do full on hand drawn stuff. There's a really good artist. Luca. I see this guy's stuff a lot. Here we go. Yeah, so he did this. This is all Blender here. But he makes tons of really fun stuff. Um, oh, well, maybe a different guy that I'm thinking of. But anyway, that was a good example. Either way. Hey, good for you. I'm excited to see your sniper rifle. Sniper rifle. Just need a color. Oh, okay. Getting into texturing. Oh, excuse me. So we're going to take this chunk here. Excuse me. Because he's got some tibbies. We're going to make his tibbies. Actually, first we just need to eat and scale it down. Then we'll pop it out. Scale it. Because we want this middle piece here. Okay. I'll take a look in just a moment. We'll go to sculpt, this one, and we just want to get the geometry all nicely laid out. Boom. Okay, so not quite the right size. This chest is much bigger than this. Welcome, Merp. Welcome. Mark that a diagonal line that is not straight. I still want it to be diagonal, but just straight. You know what I mean? Interesting. Making diagonal angles. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's looking quite good. So you want the whole edge here, like the side of the gun, to be diagonal? Let me think about that. Blender, straighten edge between two vertices. All right, so this is one way to align vertices or straighten edges according to two of them without moving these two. Select these 2 points, the ends, create an edge between them, set the manipulator to normal, set the pivot point to active element, set selection edge, select all. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's see. All right. So it's saying that you'd want to select 2 points. So if we're going to make a straight edge between these 2 points, this one and this one, first we make an edge with F. So now you can see there's this edge between the 2 points. And then we're going to put our cursor there. Oh, wait, first we have to align it to active element. Then I'll put the cursor there. Right? What did it say? Oh, did I close that? So set the manipulator to normal. Got it. Okay. So normal and active element. Set the cursor there. Set selection to edge. Set selection to edge. Do, edge. Ah. I see. Okay. So it has nothing to do with the 3D cursor. So once we have this edge, we have this set to normal, and we're selecting this. We want to make sure we're on the edge selection. And now we can see here, have this edge selection. Then we can select the rest. We just want to make sure that this edge is our active selection, SY 0. All right. And then you can just do that a few times from different directions. Then let's see. All right, that's interesting. I will use that a lot later. So many things to learn in Blender. So for your image, I'm not sure what you mean by this isn't straight, because which part of it is not straight? So that looks pretty straight relative to the cuts that you have. Unless you're going to straighten out all the faces on your model. That's probably pretty good. So I would say you're pretty close to what you need right there. I think what may help you is if I go to one side of the bevel is big, but the other side of the gun, the bevel is quite small. Um, yeah, you're just gonna have to move them. I would recommend moving the edges with the G. So I hit G here to start moving it. But if I hit G a second time, it will move along the directions. So you could just, so if you got your bevel, you could just move it back with double G. That's probably what you want to do just to get it slide it along. Um, yeah, I think this will be the last picture I look at. For sloping, you're going to have to just straighten it out using the scaling step if you want it to be perfectly straight. Uh, but other than that, you can either manually straighten it, or I'll send you that link to the process there. Just post it right there. Because if you want to straighten it between the 2 points at the beginning and end, that might be the way. Can't use a scale because it's diagonal. Well, check out the link I dropped in the Discord. That's probably the best way to snap it between those 2 points. There really isn't a nice way to do it otherwise, that I'm aware of. There might be, but I personally am not aware. But yeah, I have to get my work done this week, so I'm gonna step back into working on the avatar here. I am live streaming. I am. All right, so we gotta make the moosels. This guy's got quite the six pack. 1, 2, 3, and then the lower one. So right now we have. Well, do I want to include this one? Welcome, Tree of the Nut. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a good day so far. Character looks kind of like a JoJo character. Lol. I definitely see that. He's got the. It's just the muscle. Animes plus muscle. It's a little too boxy. So for this abdomen here, it basically it's got this strong cleft here, which we kind of got here. I just get up. Oh, well, welcome. Good morning. I mean, that's definitely the best place to be in the morning, just having woken up. I'm in Philippines. Isn't it quite late there right now? I thought it would be kind of late in the day for you. But the Philippines seem nice. My brother and I have been debating on going for a while, or just kind of really trying to find time to go. Masher. So I think we're going to take the abdomen here. We're going to do what we did with the pec, which is we're just going to extrude it. Won't. Actually, extrude. All right. These abs are funky. 8 viewers. Wowee! This is getting lit in here. Monday party. Yeah, it's always funny what day of the week becomes like the busy time or most viewed time. Usually it's Friday, I feel. Oh. Too muscular. So these characters, they've got a little nose. It just looks like a little piece of mesh. It's got a little bump for a nose. A little bumpy nose. What is the name of this again? The style of Let's use a reverse image search. Disney Twisted anime movie or use. I'm kind of referencing it for the style, uh, but I want to. MMDVM. I think. No. cases. It's a different image. There we go. Mika Kagehira. Yeah, I was gonna say it's quite late for you. You're just eating now? You just wake up? Do you work at night? Eats chat. Ah, hey, welcome, Sunbeam. Orbit. Welcome, welcome. English on and stars. Well, welcome. Download models. Click the download models. So apparently I can get these models somehow. And stars. It's the name of this. MMD models. This isn't quite it, though. It's not quite what I'm looking for. I'll be back. Sounds good. Gotta be careful. Sometimes you can encounter some stuff. So, do you not immediately panic for you? It can certainly be risky. I think searching anything anime. Anything that can be a ship. Okay. I don't think I'm going to be able to find these models. Just want to see how they're made. But we should be able to recreate it. To me, it looks like they do not actually have nostrils. They have a little dot, like a texture, but I don't think they actually have a. These ones don't even. He does a little bit, so kind of get rid of the nose hole here. Sorry, boys, took your nostrils. They're mine now. You thought your nose was safe? Think again. Oops. And we'll just close this. Wait, that's not 4. This is 4, though. All right. So now we got a much simpler nose that should be a lot easier to make anime style. Then just want to see the face a little closer so I can make some more direct comparisons. So I like that the lips are puffy because he's got little puffy lips. Welcome, Maybird, and welcome back, Nut. Hope you all having a good, or hope you're having a good Monday, Maybird, as well as you, Sunbeam. I didn't say that earlier, but welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, I saw your it's going up. It's going up. We're reaching to the moon. But I saw your print. I don't think I mentioned it the other day, but I saw your 3D print, Maybird, of your character. That looks super good. I've been talking with Graken. He was by earlier. Or I made his avatar last week, and he might 3D print some of my avatars that I make. Nom. My old painting class got canceled, so now I get to paint from home. Hey, heck yeah! That's the best feeling when a class is canceled. It's a little frustrating when you got to get work done, but I think for just emotionally, you're like, I'm safe. He's very tiny, but she was only $5, so I don't mind. That's very reasonable. It's a reasonable price for a model. Or for a 3D print. Did you do that through a service, or were they just having you pay for just the materials? Probably the latter. That looks pretty good. We just need to bring the jaw down. Just materials. Perfect. That's super ideal. The pre-print guy runs the 3D club I'm in, and he's all about the members having learned to operate and work the printers. So he sat me down with pliers to remove all the supports myself. Well, that's kind of a nerve wracking process. From the few 3D prints that I've done, it's like please don't break, please don't break. It is, especially because she was so small. Aw. Itty bitty resin fingers, lol. There's really no feeling like, you know, making something tangible though. That's so cool. Like, I made this. My power. Sit down right next to my actual figures I have. Oh, the mouth is way too far out. Told my friends it was crazy I could say I have something of my own on there. It really is though. Its face is improving. I'm gonna slap on that subdiv so we can see closer to what the final will look like. Actually, I'm just gonna work pretty much solely in the subdivision surface mode because it looks nicer. Too much. Well, is that too much? I don't know. It's pretty good. Again, we're going to reset the normals on the face, so it's all right if it looks a little funky right now. Lower lip looks like it's out too far. So all right, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Is this where the belly button will be? Lower it a little bit. Relatively, his legs are somewhat short. That's too short. Also, I need to lower just the whole body itself. So the chin will be right there. Get these boobas a little lower. No one is talking, only him. That's all right. I don't expect people to talk. And I mostly have to like jump back and forth between working. I just feel lucky to have people hang out with me. I still need to be a little bit smaller than this. And there's too much cheekbone. I'm watching while taking apart a toy cars. Your stream is holding me accountable for my oil painting wall. Exactly. See, it's like a work stream. Creative compatriots. It's a little fish helicopter. Morgan, I'm actually working on a vehicle for a toy design for my final. It's a little fish helicopter. That's awesome. Lagging. Searching for paper guns. Paper guns. They don't shoot bullets, just paper cuts. I bought a bunch of small toy cars of the main car of our show, but they are the wrong color. So Fred and I are going to try to paint them to match. I have stumbled upon like people who take match car like or Hot Wheels cars and they like restore them basically. It's wild. They do like a bunch of different stuff with it, but I'm just amazed at how invested people are in making those little cars just like perfect. But they might have some good little tutorials. I also bought two much bigger ones, one for me to keep and give to my boss, like an RC car. Okay, just a larger Hot Wheel. Yes, YouTube can teach you anything. 8 inches long for that car. I will avoid the. Anyway. uh, those abs are so intense. It's a challenge to make not super intense abs. Fun wrap gift for my crew. Aw, and a couple of friends that worked on the show. That's super cool. Good on you. I must go to the bathroom really quick. I shall return. My boss is a new dad, so I thought it would be a cool thing him and his little boy could share when he gets older. Ah, uh, my brother and I went to the cyber rodeo at Tesla, and they had these little child-sized electric cars, and there's just like a little kid riding around. It was so funny. It was like a little toy Cybertruck, basically. We're going to crease the boobies here. The breast dishes. Oops. Second Red Bull of the day. Here we go. Ah, delicious. This heat wears frequently out. All right. This neck could probably be a bit thicker. Right now, I don't really have the same mouth expression. He looks kind of sad. Excuse me. Heat waves been freaking me out. Oh! Screams. Let's give him eyeballs. Good taste. Or thank you. I blame TikTok for the most part. Oops. All right, that looks good. Now let's get this part here creased. Bring up this, do these two here. And I think it's just a little too rounded there. We need like kind of a little sharp, like that. Little sound effect. Nice. Oh yeah, much better. Much better. Much better. I'm gonna make this real small. Then this top part will move up, scale, and scale. Oh, maybe that. And this part we will crease. And now we've got our little piercing. Let's go ahead and hit Control G. We'll call this piercing. And then I can make a, what's it called again? Collection instance. Boom. Awesome. Actually, I'm just going to turn the axes off. That is better. 0. Up select. Now. This is the piercing. Boom. We'll move it there. And the sphere is the eyeball, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Eyes. Move there. All of this should actually go there. Awesome. All right. The hair. Hair's so funny. Take a sip. Delicious. Tree is a rare example. The tree is a rare example. All right, so we will include three pieces here. Well, do this. Crease it. Like that. Set this to subdivision. Now, how do I make this smoother? I could dissolve this edge. This was the question as well, is are we going to make all the abs out of geometry? If so, that's a challenge. That's actually going to be a challenge. There is no... There's a gap in the middle, but there is no gap between the abs. So that means we could try to just continue this portion here instead of, we could do something like this, where A, boom, 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 that. So now we have this extra piece of geometry here. Oh wait, there's no reason to put it there because we got a belly button right here. Belly button. Belly button. 6SX. Bring that together. Boom. Then we will extrude these segments. So this is like the weird... No. Oh. Leave those there. Then we've got the belly button. This is like the top of the belly button, or the sides. There'll be an ab here, here, and here. So that's 3. That's kind of what we need. try to get them evenly spaced. Okay. Then I'll select these. So E, right click, E, E, and E. Now we've got the abs. We shall extrude them. Boom! Powerful. So this top ab is way too big. Should be the biggest, but not that big. And then all of them do kind of come in a ways. We do have a nice little opening here on these spots. I think we could do with a cut in the middle of these. Well, we'll have one after we do the subdivision. Then we can mush things around a little bit more. All right. Then we want to do what would that be called? This part. We're going to do this part. We'll just say E. Turn off the mirror for a second. Delete this interior portion. So right now he's like Attack on Titan level muscular. He's getting there. Talk brain. It's true. It's true. What I spent most of the weekend doing. That's why I was like, really felt ADD this weekend. I was like, and I spent like 3 hours on TikTok. Great. I still got my to-do list done for the weekend, which was good, but got a haircut, did a few other things. Then far too much of that time was just spent on TikTok. All right, belly button's a little strange, but we'll come back to that. Now for the abs, so clearly it's got this larger cleft, but then it has a kind of a smoother side on the outer edge. So let's see if we can make something like that. So first we'll take these ones, kind of move them to the side and out to reinforce them. But then on these ones, we'll just dissolve them. Better. again. Just an incremental battle here. Oh yeah, I can also use the crease tool. So like on these ones, I could crease them. Don't really seem to do much, honestly. And then they all have this kind of curve, upward curve. So these sides should go up. That. That's helping. Oh, kind of protrude. Gaming hard today. Good. Win. Win or die. Did you catch up on Critical Role? I did. Interesting little drama. It wasn't what I was expecting in terms of what the Laudna Imogen drama. But I'm excited for inter-character drama. Maybe that's a weird thing to say, but I just feel like I want to see them really. Yeah, I thought it was going to be much, much worse. Maybe eventually it will be, because we still don't know what happened to that crystal. It could be much worse than we imagine, or like what it is. But you know, maybe it was something Imogen really needed. But either way, I'm excited for I want some really juicy I don't know, such a I want that I want them to I want to see them get gritty with the drama and really to play that out. Exactly. Get the angst, really throw some salt in those wounds. Exactly. Give me the slow burn, please. And honestly, they're pretty much the only two characters that have any sort of chemistry at the moment. Like, I can't think of anyone else that's like a couple. Matt Mercer is in Critical Role, right? That is correct. He leads it, and he's quite a good dungeon master. Where he's the one kind of being the NPC in Worlds. He builds them himself through the power of imagination. But yeah, it's super cool. If you haven't seen any Maybird, it's pretty fun. It's always fun to get in on a season too. So I think this would be a good one to start with. But it also is a huge time investment. So if you don't have the time, please do not feel guilty of not watching it. It's long. It's comparable to watching One Piece. Yuck Yuck is rating with a party of 7. Welcome Yuck Yuck. Welcome Ratmouse69. Welcome Yuck Yuck as well. She go from laughter to full tears to laughter that pals 0.2 seconds. Nova Call is following. Thank you for the follow. Hello Raiders. Welcome. Woof woof bark. I appreciate the the follow, and Rat Mouse, appreciate the follow so much. We're working on a VR chat avatar commission at the moment. Just started today. Kind of blocking everything out right now. But so welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, what are you all up to? You just get done with your stream, yuck yuck. Listen, I've been binging the entirety of Criminal Minds through final season, so I'm not scared of a few seasons. Good, good. It's really enjoyable. It just reminds me of like it has this nice like personal flavor where you're just hanging out with your buds. Yeah, I've got tons. Well, I don't have tons, but I have a few really fun podcast recommendations if you're all ever ready for that. Yes, I just finished. I am doing some 2D rigging. Oh, let me take a look. I want to see what you've been up to. Boom, putting you on display. Yuck. Oh, it's me. Oh no. I can't go back. But yeah, I'd love to see what you've been up to. Are you continuing your character, the VTuber? I remember taking a look a while back. It's you watching you. I hate it. Inception. Who is that guy? Oh, it's me. Would def recommend campaign 2 and 3. Yes, yes, Maybird. The first season of Critical Role is a little rough. Someone's moving in. It's you watching you. This is a channel where we watch Sam watch himself watching himself. I just need to put a mirror next to me as well. Ooh, is that Sam I see? Staring straight back at Gotta fight my doppelganger. When will my reflection show who I am inside? Campaign is one is good. It's just kind of dated now, so it's hard to get into. Absolutely. And then there's like the weird drama with that guy that was on there for a little bit. Um, whatever his name was. Roar! Oh, using my channel rewards points. I toe the line with DMCA. I never end up with my stream staying up for later viewers. A new change they made, I think. On that note, it's time to sleep. Good night, everyone. Hey, good night, Novacult. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for coming by again. And hopefully we'll see you soon. Yeah, I'm always hesitant to play music. I can't work with music on for the most part. But yeah, good night. Get some good rest. Enjoy your week. Ooh. Yeah, the first 20 episodes are rough because of a player metagaming making awkward comments to the other cast. Yeah, it's just it was the very first Critical Role drama. As all podcasts love to have. He's not a bad guy. He's just like a kind of self-centered. He brings a strange energy to the table. Anyway, but seriously, start with the second campaign. It's super wonderful. Lots of drama, and in the story itself, satisfying. Um, oh man. Oh boy. Drug issue. That's no good. Like I say, y'all, hugs not drugs. My brain often buffers on stream because music, but I have to really have it really low for myself, not my viewers, so I can still think, oh, that's smart. Maybe I'll do that. Oh man, that would do it. Yeah. He's with the what's the phrase for cocaine? The white angel or something like that? Electric angel. I don't know if that's what he was doing. It's just that's the kind of energy he had though. What's going on? I think there's some people cleaning the apartments coming by and they're kind of goofing off outside. I don't know if y'all can hear them pounding or whatever they're doing. Damn, this guy muscular. Aaron Yeager, y'all. I will need to let you know about a little thing that needs to be added to Bunny Model. Oh, absolutely. Feel free to DM or whatever you prefer to send that info. A DM's or a Discord DM is best because I'll refer to that for the notes when I'm working. Kind of keeps all that info in one spot. Oops. There we go. Oh, there's still a little gap right there. 0.6SX0. There we go. That is yeah, so Cotton has commissioned me and I'll be starting on their model on 18th, so 2 days from now. Another tip is only having one earbud / headphone in so you can see how that's really smart. Yeah, Bunny model. Yes, they've got a really cool character design for another persona that we'll be working on. Yeah, well, there will be two bunny models, maybe yours and mine. I actually got a hold of Bunny not too long ago. It's not often that I'm around. They're very cute. They're so small. Not a typical bunny though. Yes, a little different. A little different. But bunny is probably the most applicable term. Alright, the neck looks funny. It's kind of like a weird posture. Perfect. Actually, if I redo that, I do this. If I wish I could copy that movement. Can I just shift R? No. I'll send more references too. Absolutely. Feel free to. All right, there we go. Get everything lined up again. Now some better posture. Maybe a little too posture, but better. Bee ba boop boop ba dee ba. Oh. multi. Okay, I think we're going to call it here on the start of. Oh, I guess it is just Kaizo. I thought the character's name was Bones, but. Or maybe the OC was originally called Bones. Yeah, Bones, right there. But now, Kaizo. But it does have little bones. Bee ba boop ba ba dee ba. Bee ba da ba doo ba doo ba da da. He looks much more serious in my sculpture right now. These abs are wild. But they'll be easier to work with a little bit later. We just need to get the basis of them started. All right. This is a good point to stop. We will now make a backup copy. Underscore whip 01 model. Excuse me. Save. Let's take just a few pictures for the client. Okay. Booty. Zoom in a little bit more on this front image. All right. Let's check my to-do list. Blah, 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 blah. And what I'd like to start now are the weapons for Hertz. So Hertz is going to have a few different types. So Tower Shield, an axe, and then some shader effects. So Tower Shield. wanted to search that. Pinterest, please. All right. So Tower Shield are these big shields, which are super cool. And these are the Dark Souls ones. So we got something like this. I like the little face one. It's kind of cool. This is a little too simple. Whoa, look at that one. I was like, that doesn't, yeah, that's a mod. Yeah, so tower shields, they're going to be roughly as tall as him. Man, these things must have been so heavy to use in combat. Gotta have some shoulder strength for sure. I like the big emblem one. It's cool. So like extra sculpted one is pretty cool too. This is fan art. Let's say Elden Ring. Spell It's crazy how much bigger Elden Ring was compared to all the other Dark Souls games. It's ginormous. All right. Oh, one with a face would be so cool. I like that. Actually, I should make it. Save. To. Damn it. Save to board. Sitcoms. Is this a real shield? Looks real. I like the wings. I think wings would be fun. How often do you post on TikTok? Not as often as I'd like. I'd like to be doing one a day. But I kind of have to carve out time out of my schedule to do it. So yeah, I'd like to be doing one a day. Aspirationally. Usually I do about one a week. Let's say D&D Tower Shield. See what's got there. I like that one. I like the one with wings. Ooh, yeah, that's cool. Um, what? No, go back. Do you have a TikTok, Cotton? I'll be back later. Got a few things to do. Sounds good. Enjoy your day. I'll be here. Y'all ever watch Dodgeball? Cotton. Announcer guy. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'll probably tag you once or I will tag you once I'm doing them. That's how I found you. That's right. That's right. But yeah, if you have one you want me to tag you in, I can absolutely do that when I'm posting. Paphos. No problem. Please do. Absolutely. Oh, excuse me. Do 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 do. This one's nice and simple. Tower, shield, or Oh, okay. You know what? I'm not actually rereading his messages here. He says that he will be sending pictures over. Okay, so I don't need to come up with. I will save this reference that I've gathered, but that means I'm just going to delay starting on this till we have those images. Okay, that clears things up. Well, all right, let's move on to Tori. And I will go ahead and save these before we do client work. Oh, from Giorion. That's reference. All right. Tori's coming out quite well. We do need to change her hand, though. So she does actually have 4 fingers. We're going to go to an older version
of our file. This is why we make backups. Let's say O2. Perfect. And then we grab the hand, duplicate it, separate it. Remove Alt P, clear parent, move, copy, and paste. And then we can close this without saving. Now we've got a hand. We gotta hand it to her, guys. Oh, dear lady. Yes, yes, indeed. She's coming out quite well. Boom. And then Q, bridge, merge. Yay. And now the hand is back. It's back, baby. Easy peasy. I think we just want to bring these together still. So do something like this. Bam. All right. Now, make those toes a little bit sharper. Looks good. Do I need to make any changes to the ears? I like how they are, but they're very thin. They're kind of like sticking out of her hair. Do not really have any funny body references for the bunny. That's totally fine. Oh, full body. That's not a worry. No worries at all. It happens to the best of us. Oh, I totally forgot. She's got a tail. Look at that. We did not make a tail at all. I think this is the only drawing it shows up in, actually, is right there. So we're gonna... Interesting. The hair and the tail may conflict. How to make tail of the cube. Tab. C bar. mirror needs to be there. Perfect. All right. I'm going to take... it's pretty tall. It's like a kind of a thin tail. All right. We've got 1, 2, 3 tufts. Tufts. I'm going to take lunch in about 30 minutes. Getting hungry already. We got a problem. Dale! Tail and the hair conflict. I have to think about this. The reference. Tail's kind of low. I think it's much lower than it really would be. Because it's like past her hips. Not in the usual spot of a tail. But I think that would give us the ability to make it a bit longer. Like so. And it comes out about that far. That looks a lot better. And the tail, or the hair, we'll take this portion, we'll just kind of move it up as best we can. Maybe not completely preventing it from clipping, but enough to kind of let it be seen. Fix it. All right. One more subdivision there. Maybe at least another cut. I think I'm getting a little too hungry to keep working. I'm starting to get distracted. I think we'll go ahead and take lunch and then come back. Oh, yeah, I need to pull out the reference for the outfits. Awesome. See you in an hour. Sounds good, Cotton. Everyone, I'll be back in 1 hour. And we're going to finish the modeling for Tori here and then get into UV wrapping. And I think tomorrow we'll have her done because we'll just be doing rigging, finish her up. Her texture is pretty straightforward. But anyway, I'll see you all in an hour. Then we'll continue this work. Great time for an oil printing break. Exactly. So I'll see you all in an hour. Have fun in the meantime. Bye, y'all. Bye.
Hello. I'm back. All right, so are we missing anything? I think so. As far as I can tell, everything looks good. Oh, thank you, Morgan. You had a good break. I just ate some cereal for lunch. It was tasty. You got the honey nut, or what are they called? Honey crunches, bunch crunches. It was pretty tasty. All right, that looks better. Maybe a little bit smaller. Okay. Now for the tail here. Doesn't have a crazy amount of floof. It's a pretty simple tail. Okay. A little bit more tail-like. Try to round it off. What's going on with this one? All right. Okay. Oh, Alright, so we got some fuzz on that tail now. It just needs a little bit of tweaking on placement. So I'm right about there. Let's start some tea. Bam. All right. So now we're going to focus on these outfits because mesh is done. Especially, let's UV edit first. Make all the UV stuff, and we'll go from there. UV toolkit straightened. That did not work. That did not look good. All right. We're going to go to the material, switch it to an image. UV. All right. Perfect. Pin that one. Let's move it away. Pretty much perfect. Yeah, it's like the lower leg here. This is what? The toe. How do we want to do the foot here? Certainly not like it currently is. This is weird. I think we just do a cut there and there. Okay.
Next is the body. Now, generally, this kind of cut right here is bad. We prefer cut on the top of the shoulder. Like so. All right, everything's looking pretty good for the most part. Breast really deforms the UV map. I could create a separate cut for the breast. It's probably the right call. Probably. But we'll come back to that. So I can always do that afterwards. My tea is done. I'll be right back. Water's tea. It's a minty tea.
Oh, thank you, Morgan. Or Cotton. Blech. Dun, 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 dun. Hmm. They're all kind of stretched out that way. Don't I already have this hand rigged? I do. Who did I just rig? Hmm. Actually, so we can do is take these two here. Okay, fuck this. Who did I make last? Right. No worky. Dun, 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 dun. That's hot. Tea is very hot. Did I make big one? I think I did a really good job with Kraken's hand. It should be, but it's not the same hand. Darn. Not exactly the same hand, is it? All right. So then, who does have the same hand? The ugh. This guy. This hand. Oh, wait. First separate it. Copy it. Oops. And paste. Awesome. 1.6. All right. So now we have similar hands here. This one is mapped. I'm going to apply the subdivision. Just remove these materials just in case. Remove this hand again. And then object, link, UV maps. Damn. Fine. We'll do it this way then. Throw it out this way. Merge. All right. So now we have joined this hand with the other. And it's already mapped. Thank goodness. That will save us a lot of time. Certainly a lot less effort than having to remap it again. Okay. Now we're going to take a look at the mouth. Going to cut the lips. Cut the lips right off. Goodbye, lippies. Oh no. Maybe this one then. I don't really want the seam to be seen. That should be pretty hidden though. Right, mark seam. Unwrap again. Awesome. And as well, we'll do another cut. There we go. That's better. I still have the back of the eye. And we don't really need that. We'll go ahead and just, well, and just boom. Where is the corner of the mouth? So that's definitely not it. But we're getting closer. Must be this one here. Does look like to me it is this one that connects to the star. Just the star. So close. This one. There we go. So now we've actually got something to work with here. Bada boom. Let's take a look. Decent. Decent.
face. Face. Let's get them face. All right. Nice. Got some clean merge there. That still looks kind of funky just on one of these. This must be this one. Maybe we need to stretch this way. This point here just doesn't seem to want to behave. But we got some improvement. All right. Bottom of the foot. I only really like to straighten out the middle line or something like this. And then this is the back of the head. This must be the seam. Perfect. This must be the back of the neck. This is the all right. So now everything's been separated. Got these different sections. But I think we need to make another one for the breast because it's just a little distorted. Maybe perhaps we can stretch it here. That's better, but
doesn't really make for a nicer result. Think about that a little bit. Do a cut like this. Might as well try this because I can always return to, I can always make this merge back in quite seamlessly. So we'll give this a shot. And let's go ahead and pack the whole mesh here. So a little bit more to do shoulders.
This part's really messed up. I think I doubled up some. Yeah. Oh. Fugue state. Post-lunch fugue state. Actually, we're going to go out of our way to make the head quite a bit bigger, or the face. Yes. Yes. Oh! More to do. Unwrap. Yeah. That feels good. D. Red spot on my forehead, probably. What's up? Uh-huh. Oh. Totally. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That can help.
She just wants to be tucked in somewhere. Why does this look uneven? Doesn't it look wobbly? It looks fine from here. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm looking at the wrong spot. What? Yeah. So whiny. She's so whiny, y'all. Near that. Paste. Huh. Sounds projected. Hmm. Sticky. Select just the outside edge. Like that. Then say Alt P. There you go. Oh, mark seam. Alt P. Damn. That worked when you did it last. Why? Oh. I did this. There we go. I suppose it's not quite what I want. All right. What else can I do? Instead, I can. That was leave it there for now. That looks pretty good. There's some weird overlap here. Right here. It's crease. Yep, something like this. Gotcha. This is not done being subdivided. I'll be back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick.
Hello, hello. Welcome back, Big Poop. Hmm. Hmm. Damn, forgot my drinks. Ah. Huh. All right. You can help after I finish this segment here. Went through another person's stream, stole a few modeling and Wapali tips from him. Lol. Nice. And then straighten it. Hmm. Hmm. From here to here. Base models you use, is it possible to send it to others? What do you mean by send it? You can definitely export it to other programs. So just so I can use it as well. I'm not saying send it to me, it's just seeing if it's possible. It is definitely possible to share files, but I would recommend buying your own. That's just generally what's expected of other artists. You know, I'm gonna make work that I don't want to kind of cheat that guy's ability to make money. But yeah, you can definitely buy base models and use them just like any other. Once you have it in Blender, you can send the blend file. Excuse me. I bought it from CG Trader. CGtrader.com is the website name.
You can also find some on like artstation.com. All right. I guess technically I can actually hold the P. Give it the tip. Right here. Technically I can do this. Okay. All right. That'll help. All right, so that should be everything unwrapped. Oh, me eyeballs. All right, so now we can take all of this and say UV average. Before we should apply the scale. That one more time. Perfect. All right, so the hair, I think I'll just make that a separate material. Yeah. Feels like there's too much space now. Well, we put this one here. That seems like not enough room. Somewhere in between these. Something like that. Do, 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 do. Just not quite enough space, is there? So close, yet so far. Well, these pieces, the mouth, eyebrow, nose, eyelash. Put the eyebrow and eyelash in the same spot. Ugh.
Yum. Nearly got you set person right. Well, I appreciate that. No worries if not, though. I appreciate the shout out, though. I'm in my low energy mode, so maybe it's for the best. I'm just so sleepy right now. But I appreciate it. I do. All right. Let's take a look at your message. I have finished my UV mapping. Larry Person was talking about make a low poly game. Yeah, I remember the military shooter. Oops, haven't sent it yet. Oh, no problem. Take your time. Oh, dang. Sid's posting some good work. It's all oil. Dang. Fire girls. Okay. Cool. All right. I'm looking at your image. See the bit in the middle where all the tops inside of cylinders connect somehow. This part here. These ones. The little cube thing. In the middle. In the middle where all the top and side cylinders connect. This piece here, this little one where they're all connected to this middle bit. Most likely that is a cube. If you are looking at this model in Sketchfab, you can actually hit 5 to see the wireframe. But for that kind of shape, what I would do is a subdivision surface onto a cube. Oops. And we'll just keep it here. So as right now I'm in the subdivision mode, but basically you could just, or actually we'll apply. So subdivide, then apply that subdivision. And then you can take one of these faces. You see how there's the corners? You can still see where the corners are. Low polish doesn't have to be super smooth. Yeah, I think this would work well. Oh, but a key element, since it looks like a sphere in the middle, is you can hit Shift-Alt-S, to sphere, Shift-Alt-S, which will kind of make it a little more spherical. Anyway, you want to find these sections here, which are the original faces. You can just extrude them. You can even delete them. Select them again. Or let me think about that for a second. Maybe inset them. I think delete them, delete all the faces. Select this edge, Shift-Alt-S to make a circle, and extrude. Something like that. Yeah. Any other way to do that? But yeah, so I would subdivide a cube so you have some geometry to work with. And then the command I'm using to make it a circle is a Shift-Alt-S. And it kind of makes a circle out of things without the subdivision surface. Well, this even if I was doing low poly, this is what I'd do, because you could just take the cube. Here, we have a cube here. and just apply the subdivision. So you can just do it once, right? Boom. Now you got a super low poly version. You could do I, E. Something like that. And then you could still go in, take these edges here, Shift Alt S, and Shift Alt S. Bam. Something like that. Just to match that image. I, E. I. And I'm pressing I to make it shrink in. And then E to extrude. And then for all of these, we'll do point 2, Shift Alt S. That. Yeah. Then if I hit shade smooth, pretty close. Okay. So I have now created a unwrapped version of the big character and mapped as well. Let's set up the mirrors on all of these. One last test before I do it. I'm going to hop into VR really quick. Just take a look at the texture in view. Larry said VR chat isn't his topic, so yeah, that's no problem at all. I mean, depending on his audience, he may not want to raid half like pretty risque character here. Got the tibbies out. All right. Toes look fine. See how the breasts go. Okay. This is bad here. This little. All right. So another picture is our way to make this circular. Yeah, so the easiest way is to, especially if you're going to extrude it anyway,
is to delete those faces. So kind of what I was doing earlier with that cube. Go to this one, subdivision. Say we subdivide a whole bunch. Try to match your image here. So it looks like you used a UV sphere. The reason I would use a cube is so you can go any direction rather than just up or down. But for the faces you have, if you have a selection like so, I would just delete them, select the edges, and hit Shift Alt S. And it's going to try to make it as circular as possible. So you can see it's very circular once I've straightened it out or scaled it, flattened it. So from this side, very circular. It'll look a little funny here. You could also flatten it here. So first Shift Alt S, flatten it, extrude. Yours may not work exactly the same because you didn't derive it from a cube. Yeah, the UV sphere, it's nice, but it's not the best for certain types of things. Subdividing a cube can get you a sphere that has yeah, so I would just restart with a cube on that. Just again, subdivision. I would do it twice or something like that. Probably just twice. Apply it, and then wham. There you go. Let's connect a cylinder to it. You can also for low poly things, they don't have to always connect. You could just intersect things. Ideally, in like a perfect world, you want them to be kind of perfectly merged. But if you're just doing something low poly, it's not always necessary. All right, so we're going to go to the hair, make a new layer. This one will be Tori hair. This is the last object to be UV mapped. All right, so we're going to send this to Substance Painter. This will be Tori score body set to Substance Painter V2. That only set the hair, so we'll redo it. Make sure everything's selected. Bada boom. And now Painter.
So for connecting things, um, so for a UV sphere, you're gonna have a hard time connecting a cylinder to it. Like this. If you're trying to connect it like this way, with that's going to be hard because there's not this isn't a perfect square. Again, kind of what I would recommend is just to delete a section. So you want to make sure it's a perfect square. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. So 6. I mean, it's just so it's not a cube and a cylinder. I want in one object, kind of. I understand what you mean. You're trying to merge them, right? To combine that geometry. Yeah, so yeah, if you're trying to connect it, the actual edges and stuff, I would delete, and then you want to count the number of edges here. So you have statistics here, which you can turn on in the overlay, stats, and it shows you have 24 edges. So you need a cylinder with 24 edges. So you can make a new cylinder in these settings here. I believe 24 vertices. How many edges will that create? 24 edges. Perfect. So if you put in 24 vertices, you'll get a cylinder with 24 edges. Then just combine them, selecting Control J. And you can just delete the face there. Select both edges. Edge, bridge. But again, I would kind of recommend turning it into a circle first. It's just not going to be quite as nice as a cube, though. Bridge, something like that. Yeah, matching the scale is going to be hard. But I mean, again, you could try merging the cylinder, but it's probably easier to just make the cylinder from your sphere like that. You just extrude your circular piece. Yeah, but yeah, if you were to be making that for someone, a cube is definitely what you'd want to start with. Tory, Substance Painter. Bam, bam. I need to. It's the bridge. It's the so you have to be in edit mode. It's under the edge menu, bridge edge loops. But they have to be the same amount of edges.
They make teeth. Are you keeping it PG? In what way? It's just teeth. On the stream. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, we're going to steal this teeth of Aphris. No, we're going to make them from scratch. I just need to make sure to export them out. So, cube. Add a mirror. Sleepy. This one will be the tongue. Tongue. Oh, I'm so sleepy. When I was watching Larry, he was saying he doesn't use loop cuts and just subdivides. I think they have their use, but it really just depends on what you're looking to do. Yeah, he's just modeling low poly. The thing about like subdivision is that a lot of the times it can give you unwanted vertices and edges. It's like it's probably just doing one set of subdivision and that's it. But any more than that, it gets a little difficult to keep low poly. You can really only do one subdivision. I think he just subdivides. Let's see, I could do something like this. That's strange, though. He uses triangles instead of squares. Yeah, there's not really anything wrong with using triangles. Like a lot of the times, if there are problems with using square faces or four vertex faces. There can definitely be problems. Like especially in the hips on a lot of my characters, I have to use triangles. Places that bend end up having triangles a lot of the time. Then as well, once I texture the character, a lot of the times it requires a little bit of cleanup because once you bring the model into Unity, Unity has its own way of breaking that model up and kind of applying what would be the phrase? It triangulates the model in its own way, which can also have its own set of problems. Pretty much every step in game design. Cylinder. Oh, excuse me. Whenever I try to extrude along normals so I can make it one part bigger, it just extrudes both ways, left and right, but not up and down. Um, yeah, I don't know what that would look like. If you can not use the normals, sometimes that helps, especially if you're already going in like a direction that matches the world. Oh. Do you have mirror on? You go into an object, double check that if this mirror option is on right here, or the symmetry, that can do something weird sometimes because it's trying to keep it even. Even Stevens. Oh. No, most likely it's a symmetry tool. Which I needed the cube. Hmm. Ooh. 6. Yeah, I'm a bit unsure on that one. I would just mess around with your pivot point settings. Sure, it does look like a yeah, any of these settings up here, the global or the pivot points. That's probably what it is. This is be the gums. Oh. Mm. That really fucked it up. What is the best way to do that? All right. Right. So, no. Okay.
I don't hate you, my friend. Definitely have to turn my attention to the work at certain times, but I'm glad that you're trying to learn Blender. Like, that's pretty cool. You're fine. I think there's just sometimes I won't be able to. Maybe I should just set aside a certain time of the stream to answer questions or something like that. I'm just not going to be able to do it for the majority of the stream. It just depends on how intensive the question is, you know. It's like, do I have time to turn to focus on it? Not always. But that's okay. I mean, I will answer what I can. But usually towards the beginning and ends of streams is probably the best time. Probably mostly the end. Just because I'll be able to actually focus on it. So I just have to make sure I'm getting my stuff done as well. Right about there. Little increments. The grooves on the gun or the these here? That looks like a texture to me. You could make those. Probably easiest with the subdivision on a surface. Like get a cube, subdivide. Well, not solidify. I don't see any increments, but this is probably a texture too. This little crease here. Most likely that's a texture. I don't it doesn't if you look right here, it's just flat. So it's not a piece of geometry. As for these, I believe that's also texture. But really for those kinds of things, you could just do this. Select these edges, bevel them, and then put a subdivision on your object. Like that. You need one more set of cuts. Like that. Then I believe you can do it. Bevel. Subdivide. Yeah, I don't think I think that was just texture. You can make it. Something close to that. Thought he was good. Yeah. Okay. Back to what was I doing? Oh yeah, teeth. I don't really know how that's done. Um, so you'll want that's like that's using a normal map. I like that baking process we talked about before. You can do it that way. Sculpting, you can bake it, or you get a program like Substance Painter. I don't really know what other program you do. I don't know of any other programs. It's like $15 a month for Substance Painter if you wanted to make that kind of texture. Um, or you can make it in Photoshop or something like GIMP. GIMP is a free program. But yeah, at that point you're entering the texturing side of things. Excuse me. And that's definitely something like it's pretty involved. It's an involved process. I would just focus on doing like a flat color version for now. That would probably be the easiest thing to do. Oh yeah, if you are looking at that model in Sketchfab, you can kind of see what I mean when it comes to normals. You can cycle through all the different maps, uh, all the different textures that make up an object. So, for example, here's the sofa. Um, so they have this view here, model inspector. You can view the material channels. So those are the textures that make it up. But they have a bump map. Where is usually they have a normal. So there's different ways to make these kinds of materials. Usually there's a normal map. Here, yeah, normal map. And that you can see what it is. It's got the arrows in the sphere. But it looks like this. This is what the texture looks like. all the different textures too. There's the color one, the painting. They have roughness, which tells things how glossy or wet looking they are, shiny. Um, Specular does a similar thing. Anyway, that's a good way to get an idea of what's going on there. I don't think you can see the textures themselves. Oh no, maybe they do have a vert. Oh, here we go, 2D. Yeah, perfect. So you can go to the normal map and you can look at it directly. I don't know what this weird view thing is, but so here's kind of the texture here. Base color, all the different maps that make it up. I don't know what this weird. Oh, this is so you can't steal it. That's a prevention thing. They don't want you to be able to steal that image. Oh, my ribs hurt. All right, one more thing to do here. Here, let's take these objects, duplicate them, and move them up. And I do like to do that with the throat as well. Bada boom. All right, so we're now entering the texturing portion of working on Tori here. First step, I'm going to check the bakes. So this is the baking process here. There's no sculpture we're using, but it bakes all the different maps that we need. Well, ambient occlusion map. We can cycle through those. There's the base color. There's no color right now, so there's nothing. Height, or we can let's go to mesh maps. There's the normal. This color means it's just flat relative to the mesh. ID is nothing. Ambient occlusion, it's all the little soft shadows. Curvature, position, thickness, other. Anyway, let's add in a fill. This will be Tori body base. And let's get the reference images for Tori. Those there. All right, so we're just grabbing colors directly. I don't think we really want ambient occlusion. We'll keep it for now, but we can always remove it later. Welcome, Kat. It's another picture. How do you know? Do you know how I could make the dirty black texture? Um, well, in Blender, you can paint. You can directly paint on your model once it's unwrapped. So the first step before painting anything is making this flat version like this, what I was doing earlier today. So I have my model here. Let's focus on just the body. So this is all of the pieces laid out flat here. And then once you have them laid out flat, you can literally go to the texture paint mode in Blender and you could paint on this image. So for example, we'd paint here. Or you could use any photo like Photoshop or image editor, and you could actually like just find some sort of texture online to put in that area. Yeah. But I like to use Substance Painter because it helps speed up on a lot of things. They have just some materials you can drop in right away, like, for example, leather. Put it up top. We've got this like leather material. You could do carbon fiber. Bada boom. Like that. They've got concrete. All of these things just really help you build up the character really fast. But texturing is definitely its own set of challenges. Fair. If I use a texture from Google, am I allowed to use it in a game and make revenue from it? There is some nice things about using Google. If you go to Tools, you can click Usage Rights. And as long as you're in Creative Commons license, you're good to go. So you can just, with image search, make sure you have Creative Commons selected. Because that's pretty much you. You can use other images, but you cannot use them for commercial projects. Yeah, so copyright-free images are perfect. Yeah. You make textures in Blender. Tools, and then what again, Lowell? It's should be right there. It's something about copyright or yeah. Go here, tools, usage rights, Creative Commons. Make textures in Blender. You can. I personally use Substance Painter because it's what I'm used to. Honestly, I do feel that it is the right tool for this kind of work.
if you're adding things like metallic textures and other features like that. But even to like, just helps you kind of, if you need to revise your work, it's a little bit easy to work with. So it's all pretty variable, but it's what I prefer. There's some nuance in whatever direction you go. Dang it. I have to redo the ears. This is gray. It's got a gray patch. Oh, I see. It's the teeth. Then the tail. Actually, before we do that, let's save. Go back to Blender. And the ears. Oh, we need to look at everything. These ears here. All right. So now we've done that. File export FBX. So sleepy. Wow. Sleepy. Where'd your eyebrows go? What the heck? What the heck? Didn't she have eyebrows? Damn it. They were in the wrong layer. Curses. That worked out well. Awesome. So we got a nice mask here. Oh, she looks cute. All right. So let's begin to even out the paint here. Clearly it's a little rough. So, something like this. Something like that. All right. So, damn it. All right. Things are looking good. How can I give my scope some shine? In Blender, it's pretty straightforward. So you want to first make sure that you're in a view that can see materials. So I've been in solid mode most of the time, but you want to go to something like material preview and then make your cube, my cube here, and go to the material properties, which is the checkered tab here. And you can assign material per object. So we'll call this cube. But all these different properties here change the look of it. Roughness is the one you want to go for making it shiny.
So it's a little hard to see because it's white, but let me make it gray. Or let's say blue or something. And now you can see that it's shiny. So I can change that. There's also metallic properties here. So you can make it more metal. Now it's metallic and shiny. And now it's just metallic. So that's what I would use for some of your objects. Just kind of, and you can also assign materials to different things. So if I'm inside my object, I can select just this face, make a new material, assign it with this little button here. It'll just assign my selection to whatever material I am highlighted on. Well, do you think I can make textures as good as you in Substance Painter thingy? Well, it takes time. Not only to know how to add those things, but like what you're looking for. I would recommend just messing around in Blender for now. In Blender, you can make there's no limit to what you can make in Blender. And it's a little more open-ended than Substance Painter. So if you wanted to make, here, let me see, Blender materials tutorial. This is a good one. So I would recommend going through a tutorial like this, but this is going to show you how to make metallic pieces, wood, and how to use like textures to make that happen. So you can see it right here, how he's adding an image in order to create this wood texture, and then how to use the materials. So and displacement too, which is fun. Yeah, I'll go ahead and share that right now. But yeah, materials are really fun. But just like everything in CG work, it's definitely its own bag of worms. All right, and let's do the eyes real quick. First, let's I'm gonna remove those two maps for now. This will be good to see what this character looks like in Unity. So let's do that. All right, so it's almost 4. Good. Getting sleepy. Getting sleepy. Wow. Sorry, it's loading. I'm just chilling right now. So let's make the folder. Bum, 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 bum. All right, loading those textures in. Now we need to export the character. How can I add a different color to just my selected faces? Well, that's where that UV map comes in. In order to be able to paint out certain areas, you need to have them on that UV map like this. So you can see how here, if I select my body, how the face is laid out right here. Or my leg. The only other way would just be add a different material, like I was showing earlier with the face, where you just select, boom, and you can add a material. As for when you have it, if you're in the texture painting tab, you can select your faces, texture paint, VO1. What isn't it? Oh, I have to be in here. Where is it? How do we do this again? There we go. So yeah, so select your faces, and then you click this little icon, paint mask. Boom. And it's whatever selection you have in edit mode, you'll have masked out in your texture paint mode. So that way you could paint out just that section. Send a picture of what I have. One moment. Wait, I sent that to the wrong spot. I need to go here. Boom, boom, boom. Export. So you want to make sure that the image you're making, this untitled image right here, is assigned to your material. So if we look at my material that I have on this character, the base color, which is probably the one you'll want to replace, has the image assigned. So you want to first, let's go ahead and remove this. So you just want to click on this colored dot here. Boom. Image texture. And then open that image that you've made. And you can do that with pretty much any of these dots here, but base color is the one you want to use. So it's not going to show up in your material unless it's assigned to one of these slots. Yeah, just click the dot, find your image texture, add it in. The video I sent you will go over that. Smush. Yeah, I don't know why it's a little black. I assume that's just your painting. Unless there's a little black dot here, it shouldn't be showing up. Is there another face inside of it or something? That's possible. I'm going to focus on my character for right now. But I would just recommend checking out that video. It should go over everything you need, at least to set up the basics. You can always move your materials, your UV maps around, and that will let you know kind of where everything is. So if that black dot doesn't move, then probably that middle face isn't assigned, or there is a duplicate face. Oh, 6. And we'll make one for the hair. All right, then we go to the FBX file, model, read write. All right. Nice. Okay. Get some basic materials set up. Things are looking pretty good. So a few things we want to test. What shaders work best? Pretty sure Poyomi is going to look the best on this character. But I want to see filamented. No difference. Poyomi Toon. Bada boom. Add in some outlines. 1, 2. All right. Then let's slap on some lighting. Toon. Make a new preset. Then we'll go to rim lighting. How about just environmental rim lighting? All right, looking good. If I select something, how do I select everything else that isn't selected so I can hide everything apart from the bit I want? Hit Control I will invert your selection. And then you can press H or Alt H to actually hide things, or hide or unhide. H to hide, Alt H to bring everything back.
I like skin a lot more. It looks so much softer. Let's see. Tune. Skin. Looks good. Doesn't get rid of it in the actual painting mode. You can still hide things. You can hide the mesh the same way. Or, yeah, it may not hide it in the painting mode. You can always separate the mesh with P. You just pull that object out into a new object and then hide the other object. So you can always just separate it and then merge them back together afterwards. It's a little bit easier that way sometimes. That looks quite good. We're gonna have to get rid of the outline on the nose, eyelashes, and stuff. That's pretty normal though. All right, I think that's looking pretty swell. Do, 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 do. Into flighting. I don't know what that does. Right, turned it off. But I do have the AO for the hair. It barely makes any difference. Okay. um, she looks good. I think I need to add one more edge along this loop. That should make a nicer outline for the ears. Though it looks pretty good. Actually looks nice. And then some of this stuff needs to be masked out on the eyes, the outlines and stuff. Right, but that's quite good. I think we're going to end it here for this character today. Before we do that, I would like to take this and make a copy. Boom, boom, boom. 5. Painting. Version. Save. Then hit Alt G for everything. Oh, actually, before I do that, these objects here should be deleted. Then I can hit Alt G. Do File, Export, FBX into VRChat. All right. Oh, the eyebrows are a little funky. Hey, there we go. Actually, looks good. Look at that. How charming. Eyelashes look funny, though. Why are they white? There's no eraser tool. You're gonna have to paint over it with the other material. That outline is doing that. It is, okay. It's because it's so shiny. Gotcha. So we'll have to mask out the eyelashes, eyebrows, and nose from the mouth interior and stuff from the major outline. Ooh. For the hair, though, it'll look good with more rim lighting. Yes. Something like that. A little shiny. I can't, it's painting under it. Painting under it. Try painting it out on the UV map instead of on the model itself. If you know where you can paint it out on the UV map, it'd probably be a little easier. All right, I'm gonna take some screenshots. I'm really excited about her. She's looking, every time I get to the texturing stage, I'm like, oh, thank goodness, things are working. It's working. Sent a picture of my result. I will take a look. A lot worse than expected. Well, this is your first time texturing. Just having anything is an achievement. Anything at all. Actually, I want to. That's fine. Save. All right. Hey, that's looking good. Yeah, just be focused on painting it. I mean, you're already heading in the right direction. First time painting, I don't care what I'm even doing. I mean, that's all right.
That is a-okay. Just try to match what you see, those same values. And there's also a blur or like a smudge tool, which you might like quite a bit, where you can just like jitter. Oh yeah, a little kind of spatter around. You can also put in, like if you do Photoshop brush alpha, so you can put in different types of brushes. I think that tutorial will go over it. But if you find images like these black and white images, you can then use those as paintbrushes, which will give you a lot of. So you could find, like, let's see, smudged glass brush, something like that. I'd either put in Photoshop, something like that. Yeah, perfect. They got glass fractures, stuff like that. But you do have to manipulate those. Blender has no limits, I swear. It does not. It doesn't always have the best workflows, but you really can do pretty much whatever you want in it, especially with geometry nodes added. All right, I need to burp a little bit. Yeah, I just need to send some images. So I'm going to go full screen. Hello. And get some messages out. All right. Okay. send a picture and I can use that same texture, but on the other side of the scope. Is there a way? Just one moment. It's real much appreciated. Cotton. I sent one to David, didn't I? No, I didn't. I prefer PayPal. And half up front. Perfect. If you'd go ahead and invoice you, I can go ahead. I can do so now. And secure that slot for the 23rd. All right. Typing things. Difficult. All right, let's take a look at your question. Gosh darn it. Freaking Windows. Closed all other windows. So your question is, I'm sending a picture. Can I use texture on the side? Oh, no problem. There is a clone stamp tool. Pretty sure. And that should. I have the urn and we'll get. It's always a satisfying experience. Kind of see how it all comes together. But I am gonna call my stream there. I have more to do, but it's all kind of client communication on my side. So I'm just going to end the stream now, and we'll pick it up again tomorrow. But thank you all for hanging out. I hope you had a fantastic Monday, or at least a productive one. Seems you did, Big Poop. Hey, no problem at all. I'm actually going to do exactly what your name entails. Take a big dump after this. So just leaving you with that information. Anyway, I hope you all have a fantastic day. I'll see you all tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Central. And yeah, looks like my name has a use. Indeed. It's like a laxative. Bye there, Big Poop. Everyone else who's lurking, love you all. See you later. You all have a fantastic day. Bye.